Good evening, everyone. It's already 9 p.m., March 15, halfway the month already. And we're going to have a look today if we can put some authentication in our Blazor website. It's a client Blazor web application, so that's a challenge because you can't store any secrets in there. Let's start the show. Welcome back. This is our first stream this week, halfway the month, March the 15th. Let's go to the code window. And let's see, where are we starting today? Yesterday I was watching on YouTube a session from Jeff Fritz. C# Fritz, I should say. Let's see if I can find that. YouTube. It was a Blazor session from C# Fritz. Let's see my subscriptions. There it was, .NET. -my. Do you want to use the default OICD provided by the template or baking something of your own? Yeah, the thing is with full client side, that's usually you have the hosted version that will give you the baked-in version. But the client-side Blazor, the full client side, that doesn't have the template baked in. So there's nothing there. And it was this session. If you want to look it back, where is it? Blazor Basics and Identity. Here, C# Fritz did the one that was baked in with the hosted version, and I put somewhere in the discussion the question how to do this with client-side Blazor, and that is the full client side. And what he pointed out was a repo provided by this guy, Crescenti. That's another Microsoft MVP. And he created something like, let's go to his repositories. Blazor in action. Blazor. Policy-based, role-based. Authentication with client-side Blazor. Yeah, my website is not hosted. Well, it is hosted in Azure, but it's not running the hosted WASM for the WebAssembly. Mine is fully on the client side. I copy files. Just saying. Yeah, but that's indeed hosted, and I don't. Yeah, I think I do understand what you're saying, because I created it without authentication. But if you create a project using the well, let's have a look at it. Using the hosted version, then you get the authentication automatically in there. And if you didn't put it in from the start, you can easily copy it from there. If you are running the hosted version, but I'm not running the hosted version. So create a new project, and for that we need a new folder for today. see data repos, and my mouse mat was shifted a little bit. Someone else was sitting here. And create a new folder for today. Make directory 2022 0315 2022 0315. That's empty. So now go in here. Blazor, not Blazor, Blazor. WebAssembly. If you do this and Blazor auth test. Next. Oh, not change the folder in here. 0315. There you are. If you put it on hosted, you can either select for individual. That's interesting, by the way, if you do this. So what do you get if you don't do it hosted? Individual accounts or Microsoft Identity Platform. Well, let's try this first. Create. So this is not hosted either. Wondering what it's doing now. Identity tool. Configuring. Is that it? Is that all? There's the authentication part. Let's run this. Let's build it first. Run it. Let's see what it's giving us. Now you have a login button there. Don't think it's doing anything. There's something happening there. Checking login state. What is the login state? this is doing nothing. That's from somewhere else, I think. There's no page that needs authentication in here. Let's say that something here needs authentication. Learning path. See the server authentication. Authorization, that's if you know who it is, what it's allowed to do. That's the one I was looking for. So what if I put something in there? Now you need to be authorized to look at this page. What? Let's run it again. Let's close this. 5. See, this is not working for some reason. I don't know why, but there's a blank dialog there. Maybe we should open this in private window. Checking login state. I think this is simply not working. Let's try the second option. With the hosted option. Blazor WebAssembly. Next. Blazor auth test hosted. Next. Do the same thing. Identity platform. Now hosted. Create. See, now you get this server-side thing. Well, this is server-side thing. Click Finish to install the component. I thought it did that in the previous run. It looks like it's not doing it. .NET MS Identity Tool. Finish. Configure. Oh. So you need to do some configuration there. Let's bring in the secrets for now. Not sure what it's showing. There's nothing happening. Loading tenants. Doom, doom, doom. We are wasting time here. Oh, that's doing nothing. I think that's caused because I did not have this installed. Let's see if we can find a bit of a tutorial there. Plural site, no. docs.microsoft.com Blazor Authentication. Is there a learn thing for that? Authentication Library. Well, let's first have a look at this one. Can we clone this? Copy. See data. Repos. See data repos 2022 03 15. That's today. Oh, CMD. Let's clone that. A new release of GitHub is available. 2.4.0 is now 2.6.0. try and look at that. We're jumping from one to the other again. Is there an update command for that? Get upgrade, this one. Copy. GitHub. Why is it not doing anything here? Have to close it again. (2022) 3:15 CMD. Version command. Let's just kill all these things. Code, copy, let's do that again. Oh, I was expecting to see a version here. GitHub, help, there's version, GitHub, version 2.5. Why is it 2.5? There's a 2.6 version available. Grumpy. Apparently the 6 is not yet in here, so you have to update it again later on, but at least it's not complaining now. So when did that get updated then? Where's the version command here? Copy. Sea chicken. So when was this posted? Is there a date on this? 3 hours ago. So that's apparently not yet in the winget command. Anyway, we'll drift off again. There it is. That's a Studio solution, I think. Let's have a look. Version of .NET that is not installed. So which version is it? Is that 3.1? That's an old version. Long time support. In the meantime, we can have a look at his website and read all about it. Authentication with Client-Side Blazor. Example of authentication using Client-Side Blazor, Web API and ASP.NET Core Identity. Read full blog post in here. He's also the author of Blazor in Action. Let's have a look at that book. $35.99. When was this released? Is it released? May 2022. Publication will be May 2020. It's not even published yet. Blazor. Wow, $60. I think when I put it on there as pre-order, if you pre-order it, usually because this is still it's an MEAP release, early access program, then it starts cheaper until it's released, and then you can pay the full price. What's in there? Starting your Blazor journey, your first Blazor app, working with Blazor component model, routing, forms of validation, creating more reusable components, integrating with JavaScript libraries, Interop. It's basically what we also did with the Office add-ins. Integrating with JavaScript libraries, that's what he just mentioned. Securing Blazor applications. Managing state and testing your Blazor application. Available. I was looking at his blog post. Where is the, did I put this blog post there? Sponsored by Telerik for Blazor. This is server-side. Client-Side Blazor using Web API and ASP.NET Core identity disposed. Creating a solution. Configuring Web API. Get some NuGet packages installed. Setting up the identity database connection string. This is using a local database. SQL local DB. DB context. And configuration. In this case, use SQL Server. Setting up the identity database, creating the database. Once the command has run, you see the migrations. Enable authentication registry services. Yes, this is using the GWT thing that Mai also mentioned. Code above is adding and setting up some services required for authentication service container, then adding a JSON handler for JSON web tokens. And that's interesting because it's important that the JWT security key is kept secret. As this is what is used to sign the tokens produced by the API. If this is compromised, then your app would be no longer secure. I'm running everything locally. I have my issuer and audience set to localhost, but if you're using this in a real app, then you would set the issuer to the domain the API is running on, and the audience to the domain the client app is running on. This is user model, user manager. Oh, don't do that. I went back. That's the API controller. Register model. Password. Adding the login controller. Sole job of the login controller is to verify the username and the password in the login model using the ASP.NET Core Identity Manager. Sign in manager. Remember me. Configuring Client-Side Blazor. Let's turn our attention to Blazor. The first thing we're going to install is Blazor local storage. We will need is later to persist the auth token from the API when we log in. We also need to update the app component to use authorized route view. component instead of route view component. The component provides the cascading parameter. Authenticate state task. Right line, creating a custom authentication state provider. Parse claim. A lot of code here, so let's break it down. This is a long thing. Full disclosure, the parse claim from JWT is borrowed from Steve Sanderson's Mission Control app, which he showed at NDC Oslo 2019. Blazor, a new framework for browser-based .NET applications by Steve Sanderson. Let's save that. Oh, let's do that on my other thingy there. Copy. I think I have my YouTube over here somewhere. And save that. No, don't play. Stop playing. Skip ads. Stop. I just want to share it for later use. Come on. Save. Is it save?
Okay, cool. I think
No.
we can
Don't play.
get started. So,
Save. Why is this so slow today? There is Blazor reference. Cool. I can also paste this one in the chat if you want to have a look at that. You can do so. Back to here. Authentication service. Register model. Component. Register component contains a form which allows the user to enter email address and decide password. When the form is submitted, the register method on the auth service is called passing in the register model. Login component, which one was this? Register component. The logout component. Adding a login display and updating the main layout. Registering services. Password. authentication using Web API and ASP.NET Core Identity. Okay, so if you go in here, then what you see is that we built the client side. Wow, this is .NET Standard 2. This one is 3.1. This is .NET Standard 2 also, so it's kind of outdated. But that doesn't matter. This is the server part. Well, let's open and close it again, because I think we have installed .NET in the meantime. The old version. No. This is a multi-startup project. Tools, options, no, project options, tools. Startup, single, only the server. Why is this only starting the server? Let's see if that's building or not. The run command property is not defined. Really? Something's happening. What is my email address? Test 1 2 3 4. Test 1 2 3 4. Oh, did I just mention my password? Oh, and it did not even match. Test 1 2 3 4. Test 1 2 3 4. Okay. Did it submit? I don't know. don't think anything is happening here. Copy. Don't think it's working because this was this error to begin with. There's the application settings. Yeah, that's the security key. Local DB. That's the database. The database. So it's a full, it is a not hosted version of the client. Question, can we do this also with SQLite? Because I'm actually using SQLite. And how is it using the local storage then? There's the Blazor local storage. Maybe we should just start with a blank project and see where we end in. Just follow the instructions here. Maybe it's a long instruction, but I think it's good to have a look at it, maybe, and see if it's still working on .NET 6. This starts with the hosted version. And then, in the end, making some changes to the server project. Setting up the identity database, registering services. Now let's just do this and see if we can do that with .NET 6. Part 1 of the series I showed you how to create server-side Blazor application with authentication enabled. In this post we're going to show how to set up authentication with client-side Blazor using Web API and ASP.NET Core Identity. All the code in this post is available on GitHub. That's what we have over here. But we want to try to repro this in 6. If you're not familiar with ASP.NET Core Identity, you can check out the Microsoft Docs set site in here. 2.2, but we don't want 2.2, we want 6. Creating a web app with authentication. Core identities. So I'll just scaffold it. Disable default account verification. Log in. Log out. Core identity, test identity. Okay, let's start with a blank slate. Close. Studio. Create a new project. Blazor WebAssembly. Blazor WebAssembly. Next. Test client authentication. Client auth. Next. And according to the instructions we have to select hosted here, and that's probably going to change. Question, do we need one of these? No authentication. Okay, create. That creates a client and an auth server. Configuring the web API. going to configure the API first, but first we're going back to some NuGet packages. Not sure the Newtonsoft is still needed. So what it's saying, add the above packages to the project, server project, but I'm using the package manager because I want to see the updated versions for all of this. Let's see what's in there by default. Not much, only WebAssembly server. I also want to see if we can do this using SQLite. Because that's in my own API. So let's go one by one. Blazor server. Setting up the identity database connection string. Right click on the server project and add new item app settings file. The server it is. Yeah. But there is an app settings JSON there. That's already in there. That should get the sections. No, copy option. Let's make that. No, it's already there. That's interesting. Connection strings, yes. Default connection. Copy. This is using local SQL database authentication with Client-Side Blazor. Trusted connection true. Multiple active result sets is true. Okay. The file comes with a connection string already in place. Feel free to point it where you need to. I'm just going to add a database and name and leave the rest as default. Setting up identity database. In the root of the server project, create a folder called data. Add folder data. And we probably need to create a class in there, yeah. Add class. And what's it called? Application DB context. .cs. And copy this in. Identity DB context. And for that we need some special stuff there. Public. Let's make that CTOR. DB context options, base options. So that should match this. Now let's see if we can resolve this automatically. Install package Microsoft Identity Framework Core. Let's check if that's in the list here. See, that's this one. Install, find and install. Install with package manager. That's this one. Install. Okay. I accept. Okay, so that's probably the latest version there. Then we have to resolve some other stuff there. Let's try build first. Oh, that's not what I had in mind. I said using Identity Framework Core, DB context options. Yeah. What I wanted to do there is I saw just before the stream, I saw options. Search for parameter. Inline preferences. Allow multiple blank lines. Allow embedded something. It changed all these things there. Display inline parameter name hints. Show hints for everything else. I don't know what that means. Inline type hints. Okay. Now it's doing something there. Okay, next. That's not this one. DB context, because we are using identity which needs to store information in the database, we're not inheriting from DB context, but instead from identity context. Identity DB context. The identity DB context base class contains all the configuration entity framework needs to manage the identity database tables, setting up the identity database, registering services, In the startup class, we need to add a constructor which takes an I configuration and a property to store it. I configuration allows us to access settings in the app settings JSON. I think that's already by default in these days. Such as a connection string, I configuration. Startup class, I think we don't have a startup class anymore because everything is these days in the program thingy there. This is what I just enabled with the setting that you see the return value as a web application builder nullable instead of the var. And for parameters, the error handling path, you see that it's actually the parameter error is an error handling path. So let's have a look here. The I configuration. Configuration. I think configuration is already in there by default. Oh, now we need to add the following lines to the top of the configure service method. Configure services, we have add db context. These two things. We have services in there, builder services. Paste that in and make that like builder services application db context. That's this one. Options use SQL Server. For that we need some new packages. Configuration manager. No, I was looking for this one. Let's have a look at the website, my own website. Let's open that side by side. Because the configuration is already nudgered. I missed your ping there 5 minutes ago. How's your day going? Well, my day is going pretty well, but this authentication stuff is kind of tricky if you do it client side, so that's a challenge, but we'll manage. Blazor add-in. Yeah, it's still there. Good. So how's your day going? Let's make that the website. Let's see how the configuration is done in there, because that's a .NET 6 application. There's the program. I'm so good. We are about to get a lot of desert dust in the Netherlands. Blowing in from the desert in in Africa, blowing over to Europe. I heard a positive comment at the YouTube video about the Russian siege of Ukraine. Yeah, they are, what I hear, they are negotiating, and looks like they are getting to an agreement, but let's first see it. Was this brave woman in Russia showing this sign on national television, where they Was she asked to stop the Ukraine war. And well, she was immediately arrested obviously, but I just heard that she was set free again. So that's a change. Usually, I think they put them in Siberia. Where's the configuration in here? Configuration there. Builder configuration. Okay. At this rate, Russia will be disgraced. They can't bomb cities because this time it would be a crime against humanity. I think it's already a crime against humanity starting this war to begin with. Then America and Europe completely closed their airspace to Russia. That's already done. Yeah, the question is, will they also close the airspace above the Ukraine? And I doubt that we will do that because that will be a violation on the NATO. Let's see, this would be builder then. Configuration there. Oh, that's a duplicate. Get connection string. See, that's all built in now. Use SQL. The week begins to pass. The 100,000 strong army begins to run short of food and gasoline. Yeah, it seems they have a hard time getting into Kiev. Also because I think all these so the Russian soldiers were tricked into this war, thinking they were on an exercise. Why is this not working? Use SQL Server. That's part of the, let's see, Microsoft Entity Core. DB Context Option Builder. It's an extension from 222 Microsoft Entity Core, I think, infrastructure. Let's look at the thing over here. Microsoft Entity Core SQL Server is what's needed there. By the way, Ukrainian and the Russian are not equal. The Russian soldier came deceived. Exactly. It said that there was a drill. Some said that they are waiting for us with open arms. Yeah, true. And that was some disappointment because obviously the Ukrainians are defending the country, so they're much eager to put in effort there, while the Russian soldiers says, yeah, why they don't even know why they're there. As entity framework SQL Server, let's bring that in. Nuget package manager. Search for that. There's already an update there. Microsoft Entity Work Framework Core, SQL Server, install. Okay. Yeah, I think the most important thing is that the shooting stops, no matter what the outcome is. If it's, I think Russia should retract from the country and withdraw from the country and just stop shooting there. It's an embarrassment for humanity. disappointing that we had to start 2022 like this, just after the Corona issues. Even the Corona issues have not been gone yet. At least we are releasing all the restrictions in the Netherlands. Yeah, that's now recognized. Slowly we're getting there. This should be a builder again. Services. Add default identity, that's probably needing something again. Identity user. ASP.NET Core identity. This one. Default identity, what is there the thing that we need for that? It should also open this one. Source code to see what it's getting the reference. Do you think Russia come back to the country? What I think is that Russia will withdraw from Ukraine, except for the two lower provinces. What is it? What are these names? Google, Ukraine. Where did it go? There. So I think it will lose these two Donetsk and Luhansk areas. That basically will already, I think this the line over here. I think this was already for the large part in the hands of the Russia before this all started. And then the Ukraine has to decide that they should be neutral and not will join the NATO. And I think that will be the compromise, the argument to get Russia to withdraw. But as said, hopefully they just stop shooting, and because I really hate that. This is the demo project from GitHub. Let's see. There's a startup thing. And this one is using this default identity. That's part of. Can we see where it comes from? Go to definition. This is in Microsoft ASP.NET Core Identity UI. So we have to go in here. This one, copy, then we have to go to NuGet packages again. And browse, search for UI. There you are, version 6. Install. Accept. move to the next missing item. This should now be resolved. Why is it not resolved? Just then put it in myself. Why is that not recognized? It's automatically picking it up already. Use AI assisted IntelliCode. Of course I want to use IntelliCode by AI assistant. Yes, enable. Yes, and I agree. Sure. Close. Custom completion. I really like that. So that's it. So go back to the blog post here. Startup. Configuration is already there. Add default identity. Essentially 2 lines are adding application DB context to the services collection, then registering the various services for ASP.NET Core identity and telling it to use Entity Framework as backing storage via application DB context, setting up the identity database, creating the database. Now we are in the position to create the initial migration for the database in the package manager console run. The following command: add migration, create identity schema. Interesting. A package manager console. Package manager console. Oh, it's in here. Add migration, create identity schema, output data migrations. And that's not working. I think because we missed a package there. That's the, I think the Entity Framework tools. That's what I remember from, yes, that's this one. Copy. Remember from other projects. Test client, auth. Go to Nugier packages again. And then we are going to look for, oh, not for the V, for victory, but for Enterprise Framework Core tools. That's this one already. Install. See, there's the add migration stuff. Humanizer. Okay, accept all. Is it installed now? It is installed. Back to here. Now to the package manager console there. Let's try that again. Build started. Build succeeded. Anyway, goodbye. Yes, you too. Goodbye, good evening. Or should I say good night? Almost 10:30, 10:26 over here. What did it say? Infrastructure using provider Microsoft Entity Framework SQL Server. Options none. To undo this action, use remove migration. Thanks for stepping by, Nadjert. Always appreciate for some talk there. What's this thing there? Override is inherited. Cool. I think that worked. Go back to here. Migrations. There. Once run the command, you should see migration data migrations. Run update database in the console to apply the migrations to your database. But I don't have a database yet, from what I remember. I think we did not create any database, but probably will with the first step there. Let's see. Build succeeded. There is doing something. Cool. Do we now have a database somewhere? Is it update database in the console migration? If you have any issues while running the migration command, make sure that the server project is selected as a default project in Packet Manager console. Enabling authentication registering services. The next step is to enable authentication in the API, and again in configure services, add the following code after the code we added in the previous section. That's this pass section. Copy, we have to adjust that a little bit again. Let's put that on one line, because that's visible on one line. Then bring this in, this should be a builder again. Builder, services, capital. It is a property, I think, field property. Add authentication, JWT bearer defaults. Let's see if we can find that. Authentication, the JWT bearer. Install with package manager. This one, let's check the log here. The block in here. JWT. That's this one. Okay, install. Accept. That's now installed. Now we should be able to resolve this. Add authentication schema, add JWT bearer, JWT bearer options token validation parameters using identity model tokens. Yeah. And then configuration, that should be builder again. And then this should be builder. Then encoding, that's the Newton thing. This should be builder again. Encoding, system text. Looks like that's all resolved properly. Still can build it. next. Let me, by the way, put this blog post in the chat, so you can, if you want to follow later on or try it yourself with this code. You can always look back the recording of this live stream to do the .NET 6 version. Let's go back to where we were. This is what we did. Configure services, add authentication, the JWT bearer thing token. The code above is adding and setting up some services required for authentication to the service container. Then adding a handler for JSON Web Tokens, JWT. Configuring how received JWTs would be validated. Feel free to tweak these settings into your requirements. Enabling the authentication app settings. There are a few settings that you need to be loaded from app settings JSON, and that are things like this. Copy, and we need to put that in app settings there on the server. Let's check in the original one here. Let's clone that. Copy. Would be nicer if you put that somewhere, not in the root, but something like authentication. And then something like this. Move that in there. But now we have to fix the settings in the code here to pick this from a different location. I think it would be something like where is it? Should be something like this, I think. Let's see if we have an example in the other project. App settings there, like the YouTube API key, for instance. Let's look for playlist ID. See, that's done by adding the prefix of the section with a semicolon in there. So that should work. Let's see if this is used somewhere already. In there, that's prefixed now. That's prefixed. That's prefixed. And I'm not sure if this is used. Apparently it's not used yet. Let's go back in here. Validate lifetime. Okay, back to the blog there. It's really important that the GA security key is kept secret, as this is what is used to sign the tokens produced in the API. If this is compromised, then your app will be no longer be secured, and this will be replaced on Azure if you put this in the hosted service. To enabling authentication, adding middleware. Then we put this. Finally, in the configure method, we need to add necessary middleware to the pipeline. This will enable authentication authorization features in our API. Add them just above the app use endpoints middleware. I'm not sure if the use endpoints are still in there. Let's have a look. This is the website. In here. So there's no endpoints in here anymore. So let's see the demo there in the startup. Program there. There's also no endpoint in here. Copy. This is the demo. Search for that. App use authentication. There it is. Use routing. Use client-side Blazor files. Use Blazor framework files. That's I think here's the user routing. That's also in here. Below the user routing. So let's put it in there. Oh. Copy these. Use authentication, use authorization. That should be everything that we need to do the startup class. Authentication is now enabled for the API. We can test everything's working by adding authorized attribute to the weather forecast. Weather forecast action on the data sample data controller. The weather forecast, that's the one on the client pages. I think fetch data. That's the weather forecast thingy. Let's have a look at the sample code here. I think in pages, fetch data. Let's search for authorize. Sample data controller. Oh, that's what he's saying there. On the weather forecast action on the sample data controller. Sample data controller. Find the HTTP GET there. It's a little bit different than the other one. If you put them side by side here, because this is the .NET 3 version, this is .NET 6 version. With a forecast controller, controller base is the private thing. That's the same thing as there. Let's format it here a little bit. Control A, Control AED. It's not really formatting that properly, because this one should be over there. This one should be over there. Is there an arrow there? Can be removed as a value assigned as never read. Okay, but I don't care less. This is the enumerable weather forecast. That's the logger. This one. It's just mentioned as get. So if you put in authorize in here, and resolve this. Okay. Bring that back to there. Boom, boom, boom. Next part of the blog. Oh, why am I selecting my other window there? In here. Go back to the blog. Authorize, put it on. Adding the account controller. That's a little bit different, I think. In order for people to log into our application, they need to be able to sign up. We're going to add an account controller, which will be responsible for creating new accounts. Controller base. Post action uses the ASP.NET Core Identity User Manager to create a new user for the system from a register model. We haven't added the register model yet, so we can do that now. Put it in the shared project. We don't have a shared project yet. I think the shared project is just a matter of putting some classes in. It's like this. class library. Add new project. Class library, there's a class library. Razor class library. Should we add a Razor class library or just a regular class library there? I'm tempted to say Razor class library, but this one is .NET Standard. Just some packages, .NET Standard and something else. Let's see what's happening if we create this one. So that should be named test client auth dot shared. Next. .NET 6 support pages and views. No, it's not necessary, I think. .NET 6 enable implicit using platform. So what if we create the other one? Add new project, class library. Nope, back. Class library. Make that test client auth dot shared to create. I think that should be sufficient. The annotations, we need to add that. This is Project SDK, Microsoft.NET SDK. That's the same here. Is it also the same in here? It's exactly the same. Include browser. I think we just can delete this one. So no delete option. Remove. Let's go into the folder there. Let's move that one out. Rename this. Okay, let's go back to the blog there. Put in the class model there. Copy. Register model. Add class. Register model.cs. Ctrl-A, Ctrl-V. This needs the annotation, data annotation thing. we have an email address, and we have a password, and what do we have here? Confirm password. Okay, yeah, this is used for the registration page. Then class register result. Add class register result. Register result. CS. Ctrl A, Ctrl V. Save. Let's kill the class that's in there by default. API controller. Login controller, but that's something similar to what we see in accounts controller, but that's done a little bit different, I think, these days with the API. There's the controller, API controller. So we needed to bring in there a new controller, API controller. Why is this not recognized? It's not necessary. The weather forecast, where's the weather forecast? Don't you have a weather forecast yet? Where's the weather forecast? Did I delete the weather forecast? I don't think so. Type namespace share does not exist. Maybe let's close it again. I think VStudio is a little bit confused, I would think. Test client auth. Let's go back in here. We need to add a new accounts controller, but then compared to what we have already here, add controller. Empty. What are we calling this accounts controller. Namespace test, auth servers controllers. That's the same. This is controller base. Still wonder why let's build it. Share doesn't exist. Dependencies, projects. The dependency, I should say, dependency, project reference, shared, okay. Still wonder where my weather forecast went. Namespace shared does not exist. That's interesting because I would expect the shared thing to be generated. So where did where the forecast go then? Let's try a little thing there, because I think I messed something up there. Fish Studio. Create a new project. WebAssembly. Test client auth 2. Next. Add select hosted, none for authentication, create. There's the weather forecast. So what happened with this one in my file then? Namespace, oh. Really, it's just added in. Why is this in the same project? Oh, it already existed. Really? Come on, guys. Okay, so this basically should be a razor thing there. So put this back in there. Copy. Shared. Paste. Save. we should also put back the weather forecast class, because I killed that for some reason. New item. No, it should be a class, yes. And just pick up the same name there. And from that, copy the class. Copy. Save. That should fix all these things. Right. So don't delete your things so when you still need them. Okay, so we go back to the accounts controller. Controller base. Let's go to the block there. API controller, API controller. Let's copy these things from here. Copy. Paste that in there. User model, that's shared, I think. Oh, where is it? That should be in the authentication, I think. Identity user. That's already solved most of it. The user model, that's not in here yet. I think that's in the demo. Let's close this one again because that's not needed. Have a look at the demo here. User model, see there's a user model. How's that mentioned in the block here? User model. It's mentioned 5 times, but it's not showing it. Says it's finding it 5 times, but I don't see it. One, 2, 3. Where does 3 go? Source. Elements. Let's find user model there. I don't know. Well, at least the class is missing. So we have to fix that. Blazor WASM officially shipped in the Blazor WASM project includes token authentication with identity on the client side. Does anyone know the rest of the URLs? Register, login, blah blah blah. Blazor WASM client-side authentication is using identity server. Yeah, indeed. One year ago, this is an old post, so curious to see if we can get this fixed. User model existing, yeah, see? Yeah. User model existing in GitHub, but it's not defined in the article. Yeah, true. True. So we have to bring in the class there. Add class user model CS. And let's go to the demo project here. Copy that. Yeah. Oh, don't tap this. Come on, back. Back. Let's remove all this crap on top there. I should put an option in unused usings. Too many options. Separate using directive groups. Suggest add missing using directories on paste. That's nice. Compute. But I want to remove the unused usings on save. Save. Code cleanup. Sort using format document, remove unused. That's what I'm looking for. Cancel tools, options, run code cleanup profile on save. Yes, save. Okay. So let's see if we save this. Now it's gone. Add the user model again. Okay, there's an HTTP post, user manager. Back to where we were, where we left off. Wow, there's a lot of comments in there. Dun. That's a lot to do here. Configure client-side Blazor, login model. I think this is where we were. Accounts controller, yes. API controller. Register model is in there, I think. Yes. Register result. Adding the login controller. Here. Add controller. Empty. Do we actually need to rename that to controller base? Yeah, we do. I think so. Route API controller. API controller. Controller base, and we have to put in this thing. Oops. Copy. I'll write this stuff in there. See what we're missing. Sign in manager. .NET Core identity. That's solving already a lot. Login model. That's something we need in the classes, I think. Login model. That's this one. We have that over here. Add class. Login model.cs, and then overrule that. Oh, that's not the right one. Copy, paste, save, add in the data annotations, save again. So that's the login model. Let's see what we are missing here. Where's the login controller? That's the wrong project. There. Login model is now in shared. Wow, what's this? UI. V4 or V5? Which one to take? Let's have a look at the original. Let's look at the class in here. Login controller. Login model is coming from authentication with client-side shared login model. Yeah. Let's put in the shared thing. Save. That's solving that. The login result. Register result. Login result. Okay. Oh no, there is also a register result. So we need to bring in a login result class as well. Copy. Bring in a class. Add class. .cs. And then copy this part in. Well, just copy the complete class there. Copy. Save. That cleans it. Now go back to the login controller there. Claim. Security claims. Symmetric security key. Identity model tokens. Encoding that's text. System text. JWT security token. And from this we need again the changed thing there. Authentication should be prefixed. Like there, and this. JWT. That solves most of it. So we get a login interface. There we are. Configure Client-Side Blazor. Let's turn our attention to Blazor. The first thing we are going to do is install Blazor local storage to the Client-Side Blazor. Client side, bring in a package, new GA package, copy. Why is this Blazored? Blazored. Interesting. So this is a third-party thing, owner Blazored. Browse. This is by Chris, ain't he? Install. Okay. The name of namespace share does not exist in test client auth. Are you missing a reference? Why Why is this not found anymore? Did I remove it again? No. Why is this failing now? That's just a warning. Fetch data. Are you missing a reference? View dependencies. Where's the dependencies? Properties. Why is this failing? I think we need to close it again. So let's open it again. Visual Studio. Test client. No, not the second one. I wanted the first one. There's your weather forecast. And that's a reference somewhere over here. Fetch data. That's no longer working in the other one. Let's close this one again. Where's my mouse? Web test client auth. There. Test auth shared. That's cleaning up a little bit. Still failing. Why is this not working there? Not sure why this is failing. It's only the controller. Shared. Now it solved it. So I'm not sure why. Oh, there's a shared 2 there. Is it still called shared 2 on file? it's not. Yeah, it is. Darn it. Really? Yeah, it's possible to rename that. Now this will fail again, I think. Shared 2. That's what you get when you rename things. Let's build it. Failed. Yeah, we have to close it and reopen again, I think. Visual Studio. Test client auth. I think it will fail on this one. Share 2 in there. Save that. Let's build it. Unload, unload, and then load it again. Reload project. Now this is not to be found. So we need to fix the solution for that. Can we open that here? Let's close it again and open the solution in here. We don't want this either. Open that with code or something. Well, let's do Notepad for now. Shared 2. That's not what should be in there. Okay. Save. Close. And open that again. Let's see if that resolves it. Why is there a bang on this one? Oh, there's something else. Server and client. Oh. I think it restored it. Build. Okay. Back to where we left off. This can be closed now. Local storage. Where's the blog post? GitHub can be closed. Did I close the website there? think I did. That's the other project, yeah. So this can be closed. This can be closed for now. This can be closed for now. Now let's find the thingy again. Duplicate tab. And go to the repositories. Your stars. Where is it? This one. There's a, I guess there's a readme somewhere here. No. That's this one. That's interesting. Let's see what the other one, the fork, was. Duplicate tab. Look at the other one. This one. Yeah, that's the same thing. Go to the link there. That's the blog post. Okay, let's continue. Da-da-dum. Configure client-side Blazor. This is what we did. Think, login model, login result. Where is it? There. Login model, login result, successful error token. That's everything you need on your API. Configure client-side. We added local storage. We need this later to persist the auth token from the API when we log in. We also need to update the app component to use authorized route view. This one instead of a route view. Let's compare that. Copy the app component. That's this one. Let's compare this. So this one is the same. Found context route data. That should be this one. Route data, same thing. Default layout, main layout, it's the same thing. Focus on navigate. Found, not found. Cascading authentication state. The question is that necessary as well? Cascading authentication state. The component provides a cascading parameter of type task authentication state. This is used by the authorized view component to determine the current user authentication state. But any component can request the parameter and use it to do procedural logical. For example, like this, authentication state. Is authenticated or is not authenticated. Layout view, so that's embedded by this. So let's bring that there. Is that something? Type of layout. Find that. ASP.NET Core Component Authorization. Microsoft ASP.NET Core Component Authorization. Let's go all the way up. In here. Looks like it's not in there, but this is the client. Let's have a look at the packages here. New J packages. This one. Microsoft ASP.NET Core Components Authorization. Microsoft ASP.NET Core Components Authorization. Install. Okay. Accept. That solved it, I think. Let's go to there. There. You can see it's using it on top of that. Is that the same as in here? There. It's not putting it in there. Let's see if it's putting it somewhere else. API authentication state provider. Auth services. Startup, it's using it in startup as well. And import. This is the one that I was looking for. Imports. Copy. Imports. Save. Now we can remove this from here again. See, that's now resolved automatically. Good, back to the blog post there. Tum tum tum. Register model, register result, controllers. We put it in login model, result. This is where we ended up. The component provided cascading parameter task authentication state. This is used by component to determine the user's authentication state. And I think it's not somewhere in there. See, that's just demo text. Creating a custom authentication state provider. As we are using Client-Side Blazor, we need to provide our own implementation for authentication state provider class. Because there are so many options that when it comes to client-side application, there's no way to design a default class that would work for everyone. We need to override the get authentication state async method. In this method, we need to determine if the current user is authenticated or not. We were also going to add a couple of helper methods which we will use to update the authentication state when the user logs in or out. So we need to add the API controller state provider class. And that's stored in the root, I think. Add folder, classes, add class, API authentication state provider, and then copy all of that from here. That's a big one. That's a biggie. Resolve the missing things. Authentication state provider. Authorization. Local storage server service. I think it's not in there yet. You have to fix that, I believe. Claims principal. Authentication header value. JSON serializer. Not sure this will work with system text JSON. Local storage service. Where did they get the iLocal storage service. iLocal storage service. Blazor local storage. This one. Why is that not resolved? I want to break on this one. All things. Remember, parse base 64 without padding does not access instance and can be marked as static. Okay. Let's keep that for now. Let's go all the way up. That was the biggie there. We're getting somewhere now. A lot of code here, so break down step by step. The get authentication state method is called by the cascading authentication state component that to determine if the current user is authenticated or not. In the code above, we check to see if an auth token is in the local storage. If there's no token in storage, we can return a new authentication state with blank claims principle. This is the equivalent of saying the current user is not authenticated. If there's a token, we retrieve it and set the default authorization header for the HTTP client. We then return a new authentication state with a new claims principle contains the claim from the token. The claims are extracted from the token by parse claims from JWT method. This method decodes the token and returns the claim contained with it. Full disclosure, the parse claim from JWT is from the link that I previously shared in this chat. The presentation in there. So we're stealing that from Steve Sanderson. The mark user as authenticated is a helper method that's used to when a user logs in. Its sole purpose is to invoke the notify authentication state change method, which fires an event called authentication state change that cascades a new authentication state via the cascading authentication state component. As you may expect, the mark user logged out does almost the exact same thing, but then when the user logs out, auth service. The auth service is going to be what we use in our components to register users and log them in and out of the application. It's going to be a nice abstraction for all the stuff going on in the background. So we need to bring in the auth services, auth services, and we have an interface. Okay. So we need to bring in a folder here called add folder. Services. And we need to bring in a class called auth service. Now first an interface. Add interface New item, interface. Oh. There's an interface. Let's rename that to auth service. Yes. Auth service is not in here, but we need to clone that from the other one. Public service, copy, save that. Login result, we need to resolve that. Good. Then we need to bring in a class here. Add class. .cs. This is the class that we are using. Copy. The other project. Let's resolve some things there. Yeah, it doesn't implement things, so you have to resolve that first. Using authorization, the local storage, and the post JSON async. HTTP client doesn't contain a definition of a post JSON async, no accessible extension, except in the first argument. That will complain about the register model. It's the result. Let's find some other things first. Shared. JSON serializer. State provider. Header value. Almost there. Register model, that seems to be incorrect. API accounts. Let's have a look over here. Copy. Let's check on this side because this one is solved. Post JSON async. Go to definition. So that apparently doesn't work anymore. HTTP client JSON extensions. Oh. Breaking. Formatting, negotiating support for HTTP clients. New GET package provides useful extensibility to weights such as post JSON. That's not breaking there. Let's see, what does it do? Register result. Request URI content. That's tricky. Post JSON async. Errors marked me because my app couldn't find my handler. In this case, I had it as HTTP post route API account log account. Couldn't find my controller, so that gave me that error. Okay, you don't know about your routing setup? I'm guessing the routing name is wrong. If your controller name is user controller, then try this. Route login. The default routing for API controller set up the route base URL API controller name. The route cuts off controller from the route name. Accounts controller. Oh. Did build it, but this one is now not resolving. No. API accounts. I think the routing is missing here. Copy. There's a challenge if we miss this. Still not working. Still, that's failing to reach the result. It's the exact thing, same thing. Post as the async returns an HTTP response message, so it should be this. Copy. Okay. So it should be this. Like this. Encoding. Where's encoding? So there. Resolve that. Okay. I think we're back in business. Register post as JSON as async is getting a HTTP response message back, and we have to get from there response to read from JSON async back to task register result. Okay, back to the blog post. Register component. We're on the home stretch now. We can now turn our attention to the UI and creating a component which will allow people to register with this site. So we need to create a page there. That's basically this one, I think. Login. Pages. Need to create a page. Add razor page. Empty. Component page. Login dot razor. Then copy the complete thing there. See if we can still build it. No. auth service using client services. Auth service is apparently a different namespace here. Client services. Is that also in the imports services? Yeah. So we put this into the imports. Right. Save, that should now solve it, yes. Save. Build it again. This is a challenge. Let's go back to the next step. Log in. This was already login. Is this log out then? Oh, is this the eraser component? Then the login component. Register. Oh, this should register. Okay. Register. Then add a new page. Raise a page. No. Component. Login.razor. Copy. Paste. Save. Login model should be resolved. Shared. It is shared. Test client auth shared. Test client auth shared. Login model. This is shared, not here. Project dependencies. Where's my dependencies here? And project dependency. It is in there. So why is that not working then? No, not a new project. Build new projects close to the control build button. Why is this missing then? You can do things like this using shared. But why is this then not picked up from here? Wow, that's wrong. Client auth shared. Client auth shared. this is client shared. That's this shared. Okay, yeah. That's the other project. Yeah, okay. Back to here. Following similar design, the register component is formed to user authentication. Then we have a logout page. Copy. Why is this squiggly? Add razor component. Yeah. Logout, not razor. Paste that in. That looks good. The component doesn't have any UI. When the user navigates to the logout method, the auth service is called and then the user is redirected back to the home page. Adding a login display and updating the main layout. The final task is to add login display component and update the main layout component to use it. The login display component is the same one used in the server-side Blazor template. If authenticated, it shows register and login links. If unauthenticated, it shows user email and logout link. So this is part of the main layout component on the client. Shared main layout. No. Login display component. Login display component. Login display component is this one. Add razor component. Login display dot razor. Control 8, something like this. Save. And we just need to update the main layout component. Let's copy that. Go to the main layout. Let's put it side by side and see what the difference is there. Layout component base, that's the same. Then we have a sidebar and nav menu. Then we have the main things there. The login display, Blazor, blank. I think that's all the same. No difference. Why is there no difference? Copy it again. There's no difference in there. Login display. Oh, that's the one, maybe. Yeah, that's already in there as well. There's really no difference there. Registering service, the last thing that needed to register the various services that we've been building. Startup class, but we don't have a startup class anymore. There's the login display. Oh wait, I'm pasting it in the wrong project. Smart. So this should be undone. Undo changes. Copy. No wonder that it's the same. This one is the other one. So there's the, oh. That's also not the right one. Copy, go back to the main layout of my project, not the other one. Component base, that's the same. There's a class page, where do you nav bar, then main, class main. Does this still exist? Blazor.net. So that was changed to this. Copy. And then add the login thing for the body there. Save. Let's see how it was in the original one. Main layout there. Login display is part of the top row. Like this. Save. Back to the blog. Configure services. You have to do that in startup. Now the program CS again. Copy. Copy. Authentication state provider, authorization. IO auth service. Must be it. Everything is now built. So it should be very close now. If everything has gone to plan, you should now have something to look like this. So this should be multi-project, I think. Properties. Startup single should be multi, I think. We should first start the server and the client and project dependencies. Server is dependent on not the client, but the project system. Client is based on shared. The server is not based on client, I would think. So why is this dependency on client? I would think there's no dependency on this. Remove. Can we still build it now? So let's check in the other application, because I think it should not be in here either. Dependencies, projects. Oh, it is added client as well. Why is that? Okay. Test client auth. Properties again. dependencies. Client is no longer but the client is dependent on the server. The server is based on shared. Let's try to build that. Build succeeded. Clean solution. Build. Let's see what F5 is doing. There should be something with the Alt key. Will it load? It is loading. Register. Copy. Test 1, 2, 3, 4, bang. Test 1, 2, 3, 4, bang. Submit. Oh. Never. Test 1, 2, 3, 4, bang. Test 1, test 1, 2, 3, 4, bang. Submit, and now we have to inspect this. And make it a little bit bigger. Two elements with non-unique password. Oh, that's interesting. The other thing is unhandled. The input does not contain any JSON tokens. Expected input to start with a valid JSON token. Check the JSON strings already. You already is empty, null, or bad formatted. It's passing the ID of the object. For me, it turned out the local secrets JSON file did not contain valid JSON object. The thing is, probably just stop this. Is that the secret used in here? Where is it? The app settings, there. Random key must not be shared. The input does not contain any JSON tokens. Yeah, that's what I expected. This is a bug in the repro. Serialization to the stream leaves the stream position at the end. I think this has to do with the .NET Core version of JSON.txt. Here the problem is that the stream needs to be positioned back to the beginning after serialization. Is about ASP.NET returning no content for a null object. Covered by the issue was a bug in the process repro, not in JSON. If you're facing the problem, you can open a new issue. This is a bug in the repro. Serializing to the stream leaves the stream positioned at the end. So when you go to deserialize, there's nothing to deserialize. You need to add a line like and position is null after you serialize it. transition. Let's try this. Back, back. You need to, after you serialize and before you deserialize, what if I don't do this? Let's have a look at the original code there. Deserialize. That's a temp file, so that's not needed. This one. I think I missed something in the text here. In this case, it's using Newtonsoft. Yes, enable it. We need a connection string. Connection string is in there. Local DB. Let's see what it's mentioned on this part. Over there we also add setting how long the tokens last, which we'll use in a bit. Oh, really? Did I just enter the 2 in the database? Maybe you can also use the Swagger thing there. The API. Program. Copy. Builder, add DB context. Oh, that was the wrong project. Server. To definition. No. Source buckle, sp.core, swagger gen. Server. New J packages. Source buckle. Let's have a look at this one. New packages. Installed. Swashbuckle ASP.NET Core. Let's remove that again. And bring in this one. Oh, darn it. Copy. Paste. That's the one. Okay. Accept. Let's see if we get some Swagger information. Yeah, that's not allowed because it's not logged in there. That's the fetch data page. This one. This is now the debugger. F11. Why is it not going into the API? Oh. Go to home, then log in, then add this one. Wait. Test 1, 2, 3, 4, bang. That's already not working. Input does not contain any JSON tokens. Authentication service line 40. No. Line 40. This one is not working. Okay, it's already 1 a.m. I need to get up at 6 already. So I will be streaming tomorrow again because Thursday won't be my stream today because I won't be in there. Let's continue with this tomorrow. Same time, same place. And see if we can get this to debug, see why it's not working. Let's copy this link into my sticky notes. There, take a note. There. Save that. Okay. Let's close that, close that, close that, close all of this. Good. Okay, we did a lot of coding today, but it really was not working yet. Due to some JSON deserialization things. Security really is not the easiest thing to work with. So let's continue with this tomorrow. So thanks for watching, everyone. If you want to be back tomorrow, make sure that you either subscribe on YouTube, hit the bell if you want to notify for new videos, or if you're watching on Twitch, don't forget to follow so that you get notified when I'll be back tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow at 9 p.m. Dutch time. That's about, I think, noon or something PST. Thanks for watching today. I'm going to have some sleep now, and I will see you next time.